Good morning. Welcome to the Global Korea Forum 2025. Good morning. I am Chung Jae-hee, the host of the Global Korea Forum 2025. It is a pleasure to meet you. First of all, I would like to thank all distinguished guests from home and abroad who are here with us despite your busy schedules. It is truly an honor to be here with you at this meaningful occasion. The Global Korea Forum is a 1.5-track international conference that the Ministry of Unification has been annually holding since 2010. The forum has explored ways to foster international consensus and policy solidarity regarding peace, prosperity, and unification on the Korean Peninsula and in Northeast Asia. Especially this year marks the 80th anniversary of liberation and is also a very meaningful year as the new government has taken place. To commemorate this, under the main theme of transition to peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula and in Northeast Asia, it will be an opportunity for in-depth discussions on how the two Koreas, Northeast Asia, and the international community can establish practical approaches and cooperative models for shared stability and prosperity. Today's event is graced by the presence of Minister of Unification Chung Dong-young, who will deliver the opening remarks, President Kim Sung-bae of the Institute for National Security Strategy, and Professor Michael Sandel, who will be delivering the keynote speech along with many other distinguished guests. Please do understand that due to time constraints, we're not able to introduce everyone. Now, we will begin the opening ceremony of the Global Korea Forum 2025, hosted by the Ministry of Unification and jointly organized by the 80th Anniversary of Liberation Commemorative Project Committee and the Institute for National Security Strategy. First, we will be inviting Minister Chung Dong-young for his opening remarks. Please give him a big round of applause.
Please come forward. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attendance. I am Chung Dong-young, Minister of Unification. It is my great honor to warmly welcome all of you to the Global Korea Forum 2025. Welcome once again. Now, it marks the 15th anniversary of this forum, and the GFK has established itself as a venue for viewing the peace of the Korean Peninsula from an international perspective and discussing paths for cooperation. And this year holds particular significance as we commemorate the 80th anniversary of Korea's liberation, and in collaboration with the 80th Liberation Anniversary Commemorative Committee and the Institute for National Security Strategy, we have prepared a rich and diverse program of discussions. I would like to extend my gratitude to President Kim Sung-bae as well as all who have worked tirelessly for this forum. So today we will be talking about the crisis of democracy and challenge of peaceful coexistence and peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula and in Northeast Asia, as well as healing and reconciliation for peace. And including today and tomorrow, we are grateful to be joined by Professor Michael Sandel of Harvard University and Dr. Hong Hyun-ik is also here with us. And I know that Professor Michael Sandel's book was the bestseller here in Korea. And he will be talking about the public common goods and also the recovery of democracy and also coexistence of the Korean Peninsula. And I believe he will be sharing his insights with us. So let us welcome him with a big round of applause once again. And also Mr. Kim Hee-jung, Archbishop. He is praying for the peace on the Korean Peninsula, and he's been working tirelessly for the separation to be recovered. And I would like to welcome him with a big round of applause once again. Also, our speakers as well as panelists and chairs, we are thank you for participating in this event. And your passion and dedication in advancing peace studies and shaping the global discourse on peace command the highest respect. And I further would like to extend my welcome and appreciation to the diplomatic corps in Seoul and representatives of civil society and esteemed guests from all walks of life. And we are joined by Ambassador of Latvia, Slovakia, South Africa, Guatemala, Laos, and Vietnam, and Slovakia, Czech Republic, and Bulgaria, Switzerland, and Finland, also Mongolia, as well as the Netherlands, and Mr. Ugo Astugo, Ambassador of the European Union, and the Greece Embassy, also Denmark, and Canadian Embassy. Thank you very much for your attendance. And representatives of civil society, thank you very much for coming. So, ladies and gentlemen, for 80 long years, we have lived within the structure of division left by the Cold War. And since the launch of the new government, we were putting our efforts to resume talks, but we are still seeing not much progress. And President Yoon Suk-yeol was the previous president and classified North Korea as our major enemy. And also he emphasized the importance of absorption unification and expressed the importance of aggressive policy towards North Korea. And that also changed the shift of North Korean policy towards South Korea, and they classified South Korea as the two hostile states, and now it is hindering us from moving forward to the peaceful mood on the Korean Peninsula. If we cannot make reconciliation now, then we will experience more hardships in the future. But we cannot maintain the current situation as it is now, because peace on the Korean Peninsula is not only important for the Asia or the Korean Peninsula, but it will be very important for the Northeast Asian region as well. So even if North Korea continues to maintain its hostile policy towards South Korea, we will have to address North Korea, and we will have to work hard to make the two countries to become friendly again, and that will be at the center of our North Korean policy. Actually, the realization of the peace on the Korean Peninsula is not today's issue. It actually started long ago. About 40 to 50 years ago, we started joining the United Nations, and also we have a Unification Act that was announced by the officially by the Korean government. And the two Koreas joined the United Nations together, and by joining the United Nations together, we were accepted as one country. And we promised that we will not attack one another, or we will not intervene one another's government's policies. But what was important at the time was that we are a separated country, but we should prioritize each state's interest. And the second step of the unification law also was very significant for the unification on the Korean Peninsula. So we are now in the time of transition. About 1400 years ago, there was Shila's king in the Shilla dynasty. He emphasized the importance of harmony, and that will be the future of our Korean peninsula. And in Germany, when they were separated, they respected one another, but they did not agree that they are not separate countries. So for the peaceful coexistence, we will first prioritize peaceful policies towards each other, and we will have to recover our talks. And on the Liberation Day, Lee Jae-myung, the president of South Korea, expressed willingness to resume talks with North Korea, and he said that he will never persuade them by force. And that will be the basic principle of Lee Jae-myung administration's North Korean policy. And if we can coexist together peacefully, we will be able to overcome various challenges that we are facing. Distinguished guest, and North Korean nuclear issue is also getting a lot of attention from all around the world. And North Korea is now advancing its nuclear capabilities. And according to Stockholm National Research Institute said that the number of nuclear weapons in North Korea has been increased from 20 to 50, which is 2 times increase. And over the past 3 years, their ballistic missile test was conducted twice more compared to the previous administration. And also the warhead that is possessed by North Korea was also exponentially increased. Not only that, Kim Jong-un, the leader of North Korea, is now emphasizing the importance of having the nuclear armaments and nuclear capabilities. And it is now officially making a statement that North Korea is armed with nuclear weapons. On the 3rd of September, Kim Jong-un attended the Victory Day in China, and he stood with Russian leader Putin. And we can see that his strategic position has been improved compared to that of the past. And we can see that their ideological policy have been pursued. And while our previous administration was focusing on North Korean policy, a lot of things have changed. The former administration's policy is a failure, and therefore we are having difficulties, and also we are seeing difficulties in imposing sanctions, and we should not repeat this mistake and failure. At the moment, right now, North Korea is also developing another weapon systems, and also they are advancing their ICBM and other weapon systems, as well as ICBM and Hwasong satellites, and we are seeing much improved capabilities of their nuclear weapons. And as time goes by, they will be able to further advance their nuclear capabilities as well as their military capabilities. And so now it is time for us to assess the current situation accurately and pursue for new dialogue. And resuming talks should be done as soon as possible. Last time, the leaders of the US and Korea met together and they agreed on the need to recover peace on the Korean Peninsula. And President Lee asked President Trump to become a peacemaker, and President Trump agreed on Lee Jae-myung's request. And this will be our opportunity. And North Korea and the US summit will be also another key to open up a new future for the Korean Peninsula. So I really hope that North Korean leader and the US leaders summit will become our reality, and it will become the starting point for us to achieve peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula. Ladies and gentlemen, we are the major stakeholder in this process. However, we are seeing a lot of changes in the international politics. We really need the help of the US as well as other countries. Today, we are joined by Mr. Cha Ching-kwa from China and Professor Soya Yoshida, professor from Keiko University, as well as Mr. Frank from the Mike Mansfield Foundation, as well as Mr. Garrett G. Toleria from Russia, as well as other experts from across the world. We ask you to share your insights and wisdom at this forum. Once again, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you for joining us here today, and I hope we can have very fruitful discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister Chung Dong-young, for your insightful welcoming remarks. Thank you so much for opening up the opening ceremony of today's event. So next, we would like to welcome a couple of other remarks. First, we will be inviting President Kim from the Institute for National Security Strategy for his welcoming remarks. Please welcome him with a big hand. Esteemed Minister of Unification Chung Dong-young, Professor Michael Sandel of Harvard University, distinguished scholars and experts from home and abroad gathered here today, and diplomats and distinguished guests. Good morning. I am Kim Sung-bae, the new president of the Institute for National Security Strategy. I would like to extend my warm welcome to all of you who have joined us for the 2025 Global Korea Forum despite your busy schedules. I would also like to thank all panelists who will engage in in-depth discussions over the next 2 days on the theme of peace and coexistence on the Korean Peninsula and in Northeast Asia. Today, the world is undergoing an unprecedented transformation as the post-war world order faces fundamental changes bordering on dissolution, artificial intelligence, and technological revolution. Supply chain restructuring and geopolitical risks, climate change, and the crisis of democracy are all intertwined in a complex web, creating a situation where it is impossible to predict even the immediate future. And especially the Republic of Korea finds itself in a challenging environment where it must resolutely defend our national interests amid the fierce waves of self-centered nationalism and an alliance landscape vastly different from the past, while simultaneously promoting peace and stability in Northeast Asia and on the peninsula. Let us protect our national interests. This is likely the sentiment shared by both our citizens and businesses these days. The newly inaugurated Lee Jae-myung administration is striving hard to safeguard the interests and safety of our citizens and businesses and to promote peace on the Korean Peninsula, guided by the vision of becoming a diplomatic and security powerhouse and the strategic principle of pragmatic diplomacy centered on national interests. The Global Korea Forum 2025 will serve as a platform for international strategic solidarity to share the concerns and challenges of Korea's new administration with the international community and enhance its capacity. This year's main theme, Transition to Peaceful Coexistence on the Korean Peninsula and in Northeast Asia, is not just a slogan, but an urgent task to overcome the structural challenges we now face. It embodies our commitment to cooperation that transcends ideology and blocks, the restoration of multilateralism, and our resolve to safeguard and advance democracy and peace. It is true that promoting peace on the Korean Peninsula and advancing inter-Korean relations is difficult these days when North Korea remains reluctant to ease its distrust toward the South. This is a time requiring patience as North Korea prioritizes diplomacy with major powers over inter-Korean relations. However, as President Lee Jae-myung stated, our path forward is clear. We must create a situation where there's no need to fight. And also, Minister Chung Dong-young has just mentioned in his remarks that these hostile two states have to become peaceful two states on the peninsula. It is urgently necessary to ease tensions on the Korean peninsula and build mutual trust between the North and South and establish a peace regime on the Korean peninsula. President Lee Jae-myung will once again appeal for international support for our efforts to establish peace on the Korean peninsula during his address to the UN General Assembly on the coming 23rd. And also, the Gyeongju APEC Summit scheduled for late October, which will bring together world leaders including President Trump and Chairman Xi Jinping, is expected to serve as an inflection point in establishing peace on the Korean peninsula. And this forum, held at such a critical time, also serves as a gathering to pull the wisdom of the international community's foremost experts in order to establish a peace regime on the Korean peninsula. This forum will discuss diverse topics encompassing the crisis of democracy and its potential recovery, enhancing multilateral cooperation among Northeast Asian nations, a new roadmap for inter-Korean exchange and cooperation, and the roles of international organizations and civil society. And also, the closed 1.5-track meeting attended by heads of diplomatic missions and experts will facilitate deeper exchanges of views and serve as a platform to find practical breakthroughs for interstate cooperation. The Institute for National Security Strategy, as a co-host of this forum, will continue to fulfill its responsibility to promote strategic communication among the government, academia, civil society, and the international community, and to support substantive policy discussions. And furthermore, we hope this gathering today will transcend being merely a meeting venue and become a true starting point for seeking a practical transition toward peaceful coexistence. Finally, I would like to express my deepest gratitude once again to the Honorable Minister of Unification Chung Dong-young and domestic and international organizations, and all the speakers and attendees who have honored us with their presence from all around the world for their generous support and wisdom that made this forum possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kim Sung-bae, President of the Institute for National Security Strategy. And he emphasized that their institute is also working hard for the lasting peace on the Korean Peninsula. Lastly, President Lee Jae-myung also sent us a message, congratulatory message, and on behalf of him, it will be read by Mr. It will be read by Mr. Im Eun-soo.
예, 안녕하십니까. 국가안보실 2차장.
Good afternoon. I'm Im Eun-soo. And it's my great honor to read the message on behalf of him. First and foremost, congratulations on holding the Global Korea Forum 2025. Panelists, speakers, chairs, as well as foreign diplomatic delegations as well as distinguished guests who are joining in this forum. Thank you very much. So this forum is very significant. This year marks 80th anniversary of the liberation of South Korea. And over the past 80 years, we made a great economic achievements. And among countries that were once been industrialized, once been colonized, we were able to make able to success in the industrialization. And now we are boasting our K culture around the world. However, despite such achievements, we are still experiencing separation and conflicts. So before conflicts, we can no longer pursue more successful achievements in our culture and other various fields. And it is giving a lot of challenges for the South Korean citizens as well. At the address that I delivered on the Liberation Day, I also expressed our willingness to recover our relations, inter-Korean relations. And if we can take one step, by taking this one step, we can make all things changed. And this should be built on trust to one another. And the government will do everything to recover inter-Korean relations. And we will be consistent with our North Korean policy. And also, we will be always ready to resume our dialogue with North Korea and create an environment where we can have more friendly talk with North Korea. Also, we will look at the international situation and we will come up with more pragmatic solutions for the current status. We will never give up even if North Korea does not respond. Our peace policy is for the prosperous Korea and to protect our citizens. And we will have to be patient to address this issue. And the separation history is about 80 years, and it's not a long time, I would say. And over that past 80 years, we earned a lot of experience so that we will be able to work forward with other international community and countries around the world to open up a new future for the Korean Peninsula. And I hope that we can find a new vision and bright insights at this forum. We'll be joined by a lot of experts at home and abroad, and we will be able to take a listen to their constructive ideas, and we look forward to a fruitful discussion. Thank you very much for participating in this forum once again. And President of Republic of Korea, Lee Jae-myung. So once again, President Lee Jae-myung delivers congratulatory remarks on hosting this meaningful event, and also promised that the South Korean government will do its utmost to recover the inter-Korean relations. So that was the congratulatory remarks from our VIPs, and now we will move on to the photo session. And those standing in the third line, please come forward.
With a group photo session with our distinguished guests and honorary ministers from all around the world. And I'd like to invite all our distinguished guests to the stage for a group photo session. 네, 3열에 앉으시 네, 평화는 어느 나라의 힘만으로는 이룰 수 있는 것이 아닙니다.
So peace cannot be achieved by one country. It requires cooperation of neighboring countries as well. So beyond border, we need to build trust and we need to have communication, and that will bring long-lasting peace on the Korean Peninsula. That's why this forum is even more significant. And the peace on the Korean Peninsula is not just a regional issue, but it's an issue that the international community should address. Now let us move on to the first plenary session. And this session, the theme is the crisis of democracy and the challenge of peaceful coexistence. And the keynote speech will be delivered by Professor Michael Sandel of Harvard University, who is world-renowned author of Justice and Democracy's Discontent. And it will be followed by a dialogue with Mr. Kim Gi-jung, President of the Middle Class Society. In this session, we will reflect on the crisis facing liberal democracy and the geopolitical instability that arises from it, and together explore value-based responses and policy directions. In particular, Professor Sandel's keynote will offer a philosophical perspective on the relationship between democracy and peaceful coexistence, making this a meaningful opportunity to discuss both policy and ethical dimensions. So let us now invite our keynote speaker. Let us welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you. It's great to be with you. Minister Chung, President Kim, distinguished scholars and policy experts, ladies and gentlemen, and especially, as Minister Chung was pointing out when we were taking the photos, we saw a lot of young people here who showed up, and I want to welcome them as well, because the way you think about the prospect of peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula will decide the future. And so will the way you think and act in response to the challenges that democracy faces today. Now, the subject of this session is the crisis of democracy and challenges to peaceful coexistence. You might think that these are two separate questions, two separate challenges. Because democracy is what happens within countries, within democratic countries, and peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula, that's about the relation between North and South. So what I would like to suggest is that there is actually a connection between these two challenges. I'm just a philosopher. This room is filled with policy experts and scholars who have devoted careers to trying to bring about peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula. I am a friendly outside observer who is rooting for you to succeed. I'm not an expert on how to achieve it. I do think that peace on the Korean Peninsula is of enormous importance, not only geopolitical importance, but also of moral importance. And not only for South Korea, and not only for Northeast Asia, but also for the world. because world peace and world coexistence is very much at stake here. And so what you are engaged in is a noble project and a morally necessary one. Now, I've already confessed to my limitations as a mere philosopher. I don't have the answers in how to achieve peaceful coexistence, but what philosophers have to offer, if anything, are questions. Questions that can sometimes inform our thinking and the way we act in the world. Now, let's begin with an obvious observation, which is the Korean Peninsula is a dangerous neighborhood. North Korea has nuclear weapons and now declares that inter-Korean relations involve two states hostile to each other. That's dangerous. And debates have begun, the debates have been long-standing, about what is realistic to aim at. And South Koreans disagree and have debates about how realistic is the prospect of unification, whether the focus should be on peaceful engagement. But as this debate proceeds, what I would like to suggest, or the question I would like to pose, is what is the connection between the crisis of democracy today and the search for peaceful coexistence? To begin to think about this, and I hope we can think about this together, because after this talk, we're going to have a dialogue, and after the dialogue, we're going to have an opportunity for questions, aren't we? So, consider this the beginning of a dialogue. Let's begin by asking, what is coexistence? What is it that we're aiming at? I think there are three answers, possible answers to this question. At its most minimal, peaceful coexistence is simply the absence of war, the absence of violence. It's living in proximity without fighting and killing. It's putting up with one another, but not more than that. It simply means holding back from engaging in violence. That's a very minimal definition of peaceful coexistence. There's a second conception of coexistence that's a little bit more ambitious, morally and politically. The second conception of coexistence is living together side by side, living different lives, perhaps under different systems of government, according to different ideals, but with a kind of mutual respect. The kind of mutual respect that at least acknowledges the legitimacy of the other. So call this the coexistence of mutual respect. It's more than simply desisting from violence, and yet it's something less than a third conception of coexistence, which is about community, about sharing a common life, It's about living together, seeking common purposes and ends, not agreeing on everything. No society agrees on everything. No family agrees on everything. But living together in a way that is bound by a sense of belonging, by the sense that we are in this together, that we have mutual obligations, a shared identity, a shared destiny. So we might call this third more ambitious, well, the most ambitious conception of coexistence, coexistence as community or as shared identity. Now, here's the question, or at least the first question I'd like to ask, as we consider these three different kinds of coexistence. Which of these three is a reasonable goal for inter-Korea relations? And second question, which of these modes of coexistence describes or should describe the relation within a state of democratic citizens? Now, ideally, you might say, well, the third. Doesn't democracy require a sense of community, of belonging, of shared purpose, of mutual obligation for one another? And yet, if you look at politics in democratic societies today around the world, in Korea, in the United States, and in many democratic societies in Europe, in Latin America, we fall quite a bit short, don't we, of this third idea of coexistence as community. In fact, it might even be asked whether democracies today live up even to the second, more modest idea of living together with mutual respect and acknowledging the legitimacy of the other. Is it obvious that this mode of coexistence describes democratic life in South Korea, in the United States, in Britain, France, Germany? Well, here I'll speak for the United States. It's not obvious. And you'll decide what the answer to that question is for South Korea. That's not for me to say. Now, here's an even more frightening prospect. Are we confident that in democracy today, in democratic societies today, we have at least the first mode of coexistence? Given the intense, deep polarization that afflicts our societies and our politics. And here, I think I can speak safely of South Korea and the United States at least. How confident can we be that we even live up to coexistence in the sense of the lack of political violence? We've seen examples, haven't we, of a growing tendency toward political violence, not just rude public discourse, but attempted assassinations. We've seen that recently in South Korea and in the United States. And what makes these instances of political violence. We saw the assault of January 6th on the U.S. Capitol, a violent assault. We saw a violent assault on the Supreme Court here in South Korea during the impeachment deliberations. So, what do we make of the fact that even the most minimal aspiration for coexistence that arises when we're talking about relations between countries or seemingly or states at odds with one another, that even that minimal coexistence seems now in doubt within our democracies. And that's cause for concern and a reason to think through what it would take to address the polarization that calls coexistence into question not only between states, but even within democratic societies. Now, I want to begin by acknowledging something that we too often take for granted. 3 great achievements of the Republic of Korea in its 80 years since independence. First, its economic transformation into one of the leading economies of the world. It came about through enormous sacrifice of earlier generations, but it is an astounding achievement. Second, and this is a more recent achievement since 1987, a successful democracy with democratic institutions and democratic norms. And third, enormous cultural success. A popular culture that has dazzled the world. From K-pop to movies like Parasite, to television programs like Squid Game, and even now to K-pop Demon Hunter, though I haven't seen it, so don't ask me about it. But K-pop culture has dazzled the world. Of these 3 achievements, the most precious, but also the most precarious, is the democratic achievement. This is my first visit to South Korea since the astounding events of the last few months, since the declaration of martial law, since the repeal of martial law, the impeachment, and the election. And I think that those who love democracy around the world were inspired by the revolution of light that showed the persistence of democratic ideals and the willingness of millions of people to sustain and insist on those democratic ideals and institutions. Not only standing outside with those sticks of light, insisting on the preservation of democracy, but also turning out in impressive numbers in the June election, nearly 80% turnout, which is a better turnout in a presidential election than the United States has ever had. The best we've had is 66%, 79.4% in South Korea. Now, this is all deeply inspiring. And yet, my Korean friends, I find, are asking themselves a question. It's all very inspiring. It seems that the danger has passed, that we're back to normal, that we had a democratic election, that the threat, the peril of democracy has receded. But, my Korean friends say, are we sure about that? Or does the danger to democracy persist, especially when we consider the hyper-polarization and partisanship that afflicts Korean public life? And in the United States, we have to ask ourselves a similar question. We were reassured for a time because a president who lost, who was voted out in 2020, he insisted the election was stolen. He prompted a mob to attack the US Capitol on January 6th. But he did finally leave. And the person who won the election took office. And those who rioted were convicted. Back to normal, we thought. The danger passed. Democracy is alive and well. Or was it? Or is it? Because President Trump won re-election and he pardoned the rioters. And he attacks the media as enemies of the people. And he attacks universities by trying to withhold their funds and prevent us from enrolling students from abroad. My university in particular at this moment. And perhaps worst of all, most worrisome of all, he is unleashing masked agents unaccountable to deport non-citizens, including, as we just learned, some 300 South Korean workers who were setting up a factory, a battery factory in Georgia, treating them as if they were criminals. So, how confident can we be that democracy has been delivered from its danger in the United States? The reason the danger persists in both of our countries is that both countries are polarized to the point where even peaceful coexistence in the first minimal sense of avoiding violence, even that coexistence is in doubt. And we've just had the latest episode in this when we see the aftermath of the assassination of a young man, a young articulate MAGA advocate named Charlie Kirk, who was assassinated, and it's unleashed a torrent of accusation. Just a few days after he visited South Korea to try to spread his message here. So, to make coexistence possible within democratic societies, we have to figure out how to address the polarization. And to do that, we have to diagnose it. What's its source? Now, some of the sources may differ as between South Korea and the United States. In the case of South Korea, some of the partisan polarization may result from attitudes that were shaped some time ago during the period of colonialization, the Second World War, the Cold War, the Korean War, differing attitudes of the parties toward Japan and toward North Korea and toward the United States. That's part of it. I understand that's a distinctive feature of the polarization in this country. But some sources of the polarization, I think, are shared, and it's worth trying to understand them, especially when we consider the greater tendency of young men in their 20s and 30s, especially those without a college degree, to feel angry, disempowered, a sense of grievance, and resentment. And we see this in both countries. And we see that resentment turned to a tendency to support authoritarian populist figures. How could we begin to address that source of the polarization? I think we need to recognize that some of the grievances that animate that anger are understandable, even legitimate, because over the last few decades, during the era of neoliberal globalization, inequality, economic inequality has deepened. Wages, in the case of the United States, wages for the median worker have been stagnant in real terms for 5 decades. Even as globalization delivered enormous economic growth, it went mostly to the top 20%. The bottom half received almost none of the increased economic growth. That's over 5 decades. But it's not only about economic inequality. It's about inequality of recognition, respect, dignity, and esteem. It's about the gap. It's not only about the gulf between rich and poor, it's about the gap between winners and so-called losers. Because in recent decades, that divide has deepened. And the reason it's deepened is connected, paradoxically, to the enormous role that education plays and has come to play in our economies and in our societies. And this is true in the United States and in South Korea. South Korea leads the world in the percentage of its people who have college degrees. And that is a remarkable thing. The United States is also among the leaders, but not as high as South Korea. And yet, the widening inequalities and the growing gulf between winners and losers is connected to the growing importance and centrality of education. I read some surveys asking South Korean college students how they regard their high school years. 81% chose the option that said they would describe it as a battlefield of life and death. This is the pressure, the intense competitive pressure that market-driven meritocracies like ours produce. 50% of parents, South Korean parents, said they didn't want their children to have a similar educational experience to the one they endured because of the intensity of the competitive pressure. And 42% in one of these surveys said that respect in the society, respect depends on educational achievement. We saw this during the age of globalization. We were told that if you're worried about the widening inequality, the answer is to go get a degree. What you earn will depend on what you learn. You can make it if you try. Politicians of the center left and center right, certainly in the United States, intoned this slogan to the point of cliche. What they missed was the insult implicit in it. The insult was this: if you're struggling in the new economy and you didn't go to college, your failure must be your fault. The problem is not with the economic policies that led to the widening inequalities, it's that you didn't equip yourself to compete and win in the global economy through education. So the intense competitive pressure of educational systems and the competitive meritocracies in South Korea and in the United States, that's what creates the divide between winners and losers. The economy created the gulf between rich and poor. The market-driven meritocracy and the educational pressures created the divide between winners and losers. And that divide is what gives rise to the sense among many working people and many of those young men without degrees, the sense that elites, especially well-credentialed elites, look down on them, don't respect the dignity of their work. And so they reach for figures who channel their grievances. And often, in channeling the grievances, they become entangled with ugly sentiments like xenophobia and racism. But we need to disentangle the legitimate grievances from the ugly sentiments with which they are often entangled. So, if something like this diagnosis is right, the only way we're going to change the terms of public discourse is to focus more on the dignity of work, to address economic inequality seriously, to change attitudes towards success so that those without degrees can enjoy respect for the contributions they make, and create class-mixing institutions that bring us together from different walks of life. That's one of the things we've lost. Now, we can discuss perhaps in the dialogue what that might look like, how we might begin to heal the polarization that makes democracy still an endangered practice. But I want to conclude by coming back to the question with which we began. What is the connection between the crisis of democracy and the challenges to peaceful coexistence? My suggestion is this. In a democracy like South Korea, it won't be possible to decide what kind of coexistence with North Korea is possible and desirable without democratic dialogue and debate. But it won't be possible to have that dialogue and debate until we do something about the deep, intense polarization that exists and prevents it. And social media makes it worse. We can talk about that perhaps in the discussion. In short, deciding what kind of peaceful coexistence South Korea should pursue depends on finding a way to heal the polarization that keeps democracy in peril. Finding a way. What we need to do, in other words, in all of our democratic societies, is to find our way to a more
께서 먼저 해주셨습니다. 이 평화로운 공존에 대한 개념에 대해서 말씀을 해주셨는데요. 우리
peaceful coexistence and that all democratic countries have to lead those efforts. And also, Professor has mentioned about the coexistence as a community as well as peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula, and also about the international common good. And he has also mentioned that all the countries have to think carefully about the peaceful coexistence, that it shall be a universal value that every country shall pursue. And I've also mentioned earlier that we should not be confined to a certain country's interest, because peace transcends borders and all the countries need to think about peaceful coexistence. And when this happens, then can we see prosperity and cooperation of Northeast Asia, and also can we promote peace on the global arena. And Professor Sandel has also mentioned about the concept of morality and how that can contribute to the peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula. And now we will move on to the discussion between Professor Sandel and also with Professor Kim. And so we will be also having a Q&A session later on. So for those of you who have any questions, please do raise your hand after our discussion, and we will hand over the microphone to you. Now we have Professor Sandel, which is a rare opportunity for all of us. So I hope you can share your insights and opinions.
네, 그럼 지금부터 이 MCS
So from now on, President Kim Ki-jung, who is the president of the Middle Class Society and who is also the former president of Institute for National Security Strategy, will have a discussion with Professor Michael Sandel. Please welcome them with a big hand.
Hello, my name is Ki-jung Kim. I'm working as an interlocutor of this plenary session to have a discussion with Mr. Sandel. Thank you very much for being here. We have a very limited time, and my role would be also very limited. But let me start with the, as you mentioned, the connection between the democracy and peace.
Yeah.
It reminds us that very famous speech of the President Woodrow Wilson. He made a speech in 1917. The world should be safe for democracy.
Right.
So the two questions would be inevitable. Looking back the 100 years or more, are we safer now? Are we living in a more safer world? If not, what would be the reasons that the even safety or peace would be endangered?
Yeah. I would say, with all due respect to Woodrow Wilson, that the world is never safe for democracy. And the idea that we could go to war, fight a world war, he was talking about the First World War, and achieve once and for all a world safe for democracy was a kind of hubris on his part. Because what it misses, what it forgets, is that democracy is a hard achievement, an achievement whose requirements vary one time and place to another, one country to another. Democracy is not a permanent thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the idea that we could fight a war and make the world safe for democracy was naive and hubristic and the wrong way to think about what democracy requires. It requires hard work. It's fragile, as we've seen, we've identified.
And we should learn too.
And it requires learning, continual learning, actually. That's an important point. So I think it's folly to think that we could fight a war and render the world safe for democracy.
But as a political scientist myself,
yes,
we have a very famous theory to connect to different things, democracy and peace. Democratic peace theory. Do you still believe that the making the democratic states safe would be precondition for the peace, the regional peace or the world peace.
It is true that democracies don't go to war with one another very often, but even on that there's no guarantee. So I'm a little bit skeptical, but perhaps you'll disagree with me about this. I'm a little bit skeptical of political science theories that try to identify once and for all the necessary and sufficient conditions of world peace or of democracy. I think we know what it looks like and what it feels like to fight for democracy and to seek peace in a given time and a given place. But what makes it so difficult is that there is no recipe, no fixed recipe.
So it is still, we should believe that even the democracy is still evolving.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, one of the main topic that you mentioned in your speech is that our democracy and your democracy is in jeopardy. It is endangered. But in looking back the 20th century in world politics, we see the many touchstones that the United States, political leaders has made. For instance, the Woodrow Wilson's the speech that I mentioned.
Yes.
Or Franklin Roosevelt for freedom speech.
Yes.
Also it is very monumental speech.
Yes.
And even the Jimmy Carter's human rights diplomacy. But in now in 2025, what's happening in the U.S.? What's wrong with you now?
What's wrong? We're struggling. We are struggling. And we're in trouble. And one of the reasons we're in trouble, it's not just that Donald Trump arrived and started putting democracy in question and violating democratic norms. That's a problem. But that's not the source of the problem. It's a symptom of the problem. I think what opened the way for the populist backlash against elites in the United States is that for 4 or 5 decades, well, since the 1980s at least, elites did a pretty poor job of governing. And in particular, they embraced a version of hyper-globalization or neoliberal globalization that insisted on the flow of people, capital, and goods across borders on the theory, backed up by mainstream economists, that everyone would gain. And if there were some who gained more than others, the gains to the gainers could be used and redistributed to offset the loss of those who faced stagnant wages and job loss and hollowed out industrial communities, as turned out to be the case. But that compensation never arrived. The winners used their winnings to essentially capture the governing institutions and bend them to their interests, leaving greater inequality, the hollowed out industrial communities that I mentioned. And more than that, and this is what I describe as the tyranny of merit, which I admit is a paradoxical turn of phrase, the tyranny of merit that tells the successful that their success is their own doing, the measure of their merit, that they therefore deserve the full bounty the market bestows upon them, and by implication that those who struggle must deserve their fate too. And this way of thinking about success became very influential. It was almost the moral companion to the neoliberal economic policy that created the inequality. It was a kind of meritocracy presents itself as an alternative to the inequalities of hierarchy, caste, aristocracy, cronyism, nepotism. But the way it worked during these 4 or 5 decades is that meritocracy provided a rationale for the growing inequality, not an alternative to it. And this produced so-called losers, not only economically, but as I was mentioning in the talk, in terms of recognition and self-esteem. Those without a degree felt that elites looked down on them and didn't respect the work they did. And when people feel, it's one thing not to get your fair share in a welfare state. And there you can say, all right, we have to fix the redistribution. We have to shore up the safety net. But it's another thing when people begin to feel that they're not valued, that the contributions they make don't matter, that what hedge fund managers do, that garners prestige, or famous athletes. But what working people do, plumbers, electricians, tradesmen, bus drivers, that the society kind of looks down. Well, it doesn't require the kinds of brains it takes to pass the entrance exams to get into the top schools. So I think it's it created a crisis of recognition, of honor and recognition, and that produces humiliation. And a politics of humiliation, which Trump is an expert at the politics of humiliation, that's more potent, that's more toxic, and it's more polarizing than a politics where people say, well, I didn't get my fair share. And that's what's produced the condition that we have now, which is to say it's a failure of the mainstream parties, center right and center left, that opened the way to Trump.
Maybe it is related to your comment, is that, generally speaking, or more generally speaking, that there has been always a gap between the theory and the praxis. Maybe that would be one of the reasons that why we failed, to make the world safer or the more peaceful. But as a philosopher, I respect and I agree with you that the role of you mentioned the young generations in Korea, the role of intellectuals, or even role of the ordinary citizens in a democratic society is very important. But as a philosopher, I think that the philosophy or ideas has emphasized that the assumption that human reasoning, awakening of the human reasons. That's important. But besides the awakening or enlightenment of human reasons, is there anything? Do we need something more, or something touched sentiment or emotions?
Yes.
Or even communal, cultural experience that we can share.
We do. We do. And here I think that center-left parties have made another mistake. We've been talking about what I take to be their economic mistakes and the hubristic embrace of meritocratic competition as a way of assigning rewards and honor and respect. But another mistake they made, and this goes to what you were mentioning about an emotional sense of allegiance, belonging, something that touches us. Center-left parties have allowed right-wing parties to gain a monopoly on patriotism. And center-left parties are not so good at invoking patriotism convincingly. It's as if they're a little bit allergic to it. And I think the reason is partly because they say, well, no, that's a right-wing thing. And nationalism leads to xenophobia and hostility to immigrants and these deportations. Once we start talking about patriotism, we're going down that road of intolerance and hatred of outsiders. But that's a mistake. Patriotism doesn't only mean xenophobia, doesn't have to mean xenophobia. It can also mean touching what we have in common. Shared history, shared identity, shared traditions that give rise to mutual obligations for one another. Center-left parties used to speak the language of solidarity. But solidarity is a language and a rhetoric and an ethic of belonging, of obligation, of shared identity, of mutual responsibility. It's another name for patriotism. So I think that if there's to be a revival, there's to be a challenge to the right-wing, populist, authoritarian type politics. It has to include, for the reasons that you mentioned, it can't all be purely reason-giving. It has to be community-evoking ties of allegiance and belonging. And there can be conservative versions of patriotism, and there can be progressive versions of patriotism, and a healthy debate can be about that. But I think one way to begin the debate, and this gets back to a concrete suggestion about what we could do beyond just reasoning, and I don't want to disparage reasoning together. We need, one of the most corrosive effects of the inequality of recent decades is that it has led us to live separate lives. Those who are affluent and those who are of modest means increasingly don't even encounter one another in the course of the day. We send our kids to different schools. We live and work and shop and play in different places. This isn't good for democracy. Democracy doesn't require perfect equality of income and wealth, but what it does require are public places and common spaces that bring people together from different walks of life in the ordinary course of their lives, whether it's sports stadia, or the municipal swimming pool, or public libraries, or public transportation, or public schools, or, as it used to be for us, but no longer, a shared obligation for either national service or sometimes military service. These were class-mixing institutions. People encountered one another from different classes. We have less and less of that. So part of healing the polarization, I think, depends on rebuilding the civic infrastructure of a common life, so that citizens encounter one another in the course of the day, in the course of their lives, because that recalls us to what it is we share, to our common citizenship. Now, I want to rescue reason for a minute, because I've been, at your invitation, a legitimate invitation, suggested two ways of trying to go beyond reason. But could I just say one word on behalf of the philosopher's vocation of dialogue, reason? Part of our problem is our public life is, our public discourse is hollowed out of larger meaning. What passes for political discourse, and social media makes this worse, is not reasoned argument, not listening to one another, but a volley of insults hurled at one another without really listening. So, part of what we need is and educational institutions have to do a better job. The media has to provide forums for this kind of discourse. We need to cultivate the lost art of democratic public discourse, especially the art of listening. Listening, not just to hear the words, but listening for the convictions lying behind the opinions of those with whom we disagree. That's a civic art. That's a civic virtue.
Okay.
We're not born knowing how to do it. We have to learn it.
Ordinary citizen spirit.
Yes. Yeah. What do you think?
You see, Professor, it's unhappy news for you and for me that we are supposed to finish up our session by 11:40.
Okay, but
And I was also told that we have to open the questions or comments to the floor, because audience wants to ask you something. But we have only 2 minutes left.
2 minutes, okay.
Who is most courageous or brave? Okay, Dr. Kim Tae-ju, you are the only commentator or the question to Ms. Sanders.
I'm Tae-ju Kim, research fellow at the Institute for National Security Strategy.
Yes.
My question is this. During the Korean War, both North and South Koreans got involved in massive killings of each other. The atrocious experience had been covered up, and war memories had been oppressed by the state during the Cold War. After the Cold War, however, the moral discourses of the war and violence has become prominent in everywhere, not just in Korea, but also other parts of the world. My question is this: why do you think the moral justice has become the cottage industry in local, national, and global politics, and how it can contribute to the reconciliation and cooperation in the Korean Peninsula?
Now, the cottage, just so I understand, Tae-ju, the cottage industry is memory or
The moral discourses.
moral discourses?
Yes.
Well, just to focus on the example you gave of memory, memories buried, memories brought to the surface as part of a moral discourse. I think you're right that the politics of memory today is a potent, powerful thing. And this is true in countries around the world. Because the politics of memory involves, how we understand our history and how that history bears on our present relationships. So there may be moments when it's better to set aside searing memories of injustice. But they never stay buried forever. Sooner or later, and we see this around the world. Those memories, we see it now, for example, the memories of Franco's Spain becoming a potent flashpoint of moral and political debate. We see it in the United States in the debate about honoring the Confederates and those statues that are torn down, and now Trump wants to put them back up. So the politics of memory is a way of coming to terms with the histories that connect us and also divide us. One, if I can give this example, one of the most moving dialogues that I was privileged to lead, to be a part of, was some years ago. I was doing a series on ethical dilemmas in Japan for NHK. And for one of the sessions, we brought together 10 students each, from Japan, South Korea, and China. And we brought them together in a studio. And we discussed the memory of the Second World War and how it was taught in their schools, and how and why those memories of the 1930s and the 40s, why those memories weigh so heavily on present-day relations among these three countries. Now, these were young people. These were university-age students. And I put questions to them, but really inviting them to talk to one another, sometimes in very concrete terms about what their textbooks had taught them and what they now question, and how they understood their relations with the people who were sitting right across from them. And they did beautifully. They spoke with strength, but with also compassion. They listened to one another. Some of them found themselves changing their minds along the way. But it seemed, I thought at the end of that conversation, if we can do this with 10 young people, it was a total of 30 young people from these three countries, there's no limit to what reasoned public dialogue, even about the hardest, most ethically fraught questions, including questions of memory, can be. And so that gives me hope. That gives me hope that despite the polarization we find today, we can do better, and the younger generation, I think, is going to demand that we do better, and good for them.
Senator, unfortunately, time is up. You have next schedule after 11:40, so we have to finish our session, plenary session, by making my comments, fairly short comments, that I study international politics, and we're witnessing the world politics is transforming into a certain crisis or new types of international order. One of which is that bloc formation or the reorganization of supply chain. That reminds us that the discourse of geopolitics or even spheres of influence in the 1910s or 1920s, which was widely used in international relations. One of the alternative discourse to that, the resurrection of geopolitics is that communitarianism. We need to expand that ideas of communitarianism beyond the borders, or to the regional politics.
Yes.
I think the EU, European case was the one we see. We believe that is one good example.
Yeah.
So, and also that the communal spirit, as we can emphasize the importance of tolerance, or even the sense of diversity, or even the living together, side by side. I think that the communitarianism could be also applied to the inter-Korean relations too. Still we believe some, not all, but in many of the South Korean people, or even the North, is saying, believe that we share the same culture, same history.
Yeah.
So we have a common.
Yes.
Maybe we could be called it community.
Right.
Korean national community. So that is what I try to tell you, that I learned from you.
Oh,
I was so inspired by your philosophy and ideas.
thank you.
So
Thank you so much.
so this is our last conversation. We should finish up. It's overextended. 이제 11시 40분까지 마치도록 되어 있는 plenary
So we were
session을
supposed
이제
to end by
마치겠습니다.
11:40, so I would like to wrap up the session. Once again, I would like to thank Professor Sandel for his participation in the debate and giving us the keynote session. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you so much.
대담에서 좋은 의견 나눠주신 두 분께 여러분 다시
Let us
한번
give a
더
big
큰
round
박수
of applause to
부탁드리겠습니다.
both of the gentlemen for their participation and contribution.
네, 이것으로 준비된 오전
So with
행사가
that,
모두
the morning
마무리됐습니다.
session
오후
is
프로그램은 점심 식사 후
done,
1시
and we will
30분부터
begin at
진행될
1:30 again for the
예정인데요.
afternoon
식사
session.
맛있게
I hope you
하시고
enjoy lunch, and we will see you here again at 1:30.
이 플래너리 세션
And then plenary session 2 will also be live broadcasted online.
준비되어 있으니
And we have various
끝까지
sessions
함께해
ready for the
주시면
afternoon, so please stay
감사하겠습니다.
with us until the very end. Thank you.
네, 잠시 오찬 관련해서 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
And regarding lunch,
사전에 즐거운 식사 시간 보내셨을까요? 지금부터
So did you enjoy your luncheon? Now we will begin the plenary session.
한반도와 동북아
So now we will be having a look at the Korean Peninsula and Northeast Asia road to peaceful coexistence. So we are seeing a changing landscape of the international political situation, and we will seek for ways for coexistence. And for that, we are joined by experts from around the world, including the US, Japan, China, and Russia. And we will be sharing our insights as well as talk about ways for conflicts and controversies. Also, we will be discussing ways to come up with more effective measures. And now our panelist and moderator is already on stage. Please welcome them with a big round of applause.
사장님 소개 올리겠습니다.
First of all, let me introduce our moderator. Mr. Hong Hyun-ik is a senior fellow at the Sejong Institute. Please welcome him.
네, 마이크를 차장님께
And let me pass my microphone to him.
네. 노여준 통역 리시버 사용해 주시면 되겠습니다.
Please use the receiver for the interpretation service.
네, 아유, 반갑습니다.
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you.
귀빈분들이 이렇게
So I see we are joined by a lot of audience today at this prestigious forum, and I am very honored to serve as a moderator for this plenary session. And as introduced, I am an emeritus senior fellow at the Sejong Institute. Actually, I used to serve as a chancellor of the Korea National Diplomatic Academy, and currently I am also working as a committee member to form an economic plan for the next 5 years in the Lee Jae-myung administration. And his diplomatic policy and unification policy are very familiar to me because I was the one who was in that committee to design that policies. And we are joined by special experts on the Korean Peninsula. Well, you know, next month we will be holding APEC 2025 in Gyeongju, and recently we held the US-Korea summit, and also there are a lot of controversies over tariffs imposed by the US, and also foreign FDI for Korea is also being discussed actively. Well, we know that we have been helping one another with the US until now, but now we are going through somewhat a difficult situation. And the tariff, about 3.5 thousand US dollars, is a very high figure, and because of this, we are now having a little conflict with the US. And not only that, the security-related issues and defense-related issues, including improving our defense fee up to 900%. And the US is now requesting a few proposals to the South Korean government. So we can say that we are experiencing a lot of volatile situation, and we have to tackle and address these issues to continue having a friendly relationship with the US, and at the same time we will have to resume dialogue with North Korea so that we can bring long-lasting peace on the Korean Peninsula, and that will also restore peace in the Northeast Asian region. And for that, of course, the South Korean government's efforts will be essential, but at the same time, we will have to ask for help from our neighboring countries. So, first and foremost, we will be listening to the opinion from the US experts, and also we will take a look at Japanese cases and have a look at trilateral relations between Korea, the US, and Japan. Also, another country to mention is Russia. Well, we can't say that we are now in a friendly relation, but still, Russia is playing a great role in our defense and security. So we will take a look at the four powers backgrounds, and we will take a listen to their thoughts on the Korean Peninsula. So now I will ask them to deliver their remarks for about 12 minutes, and later on I'll give them some questions and we will discuss a few topics regarding this agenda, and I will pass my microphone to the floor. So if you have any questions, please do let us know. It's from China, the country where we are partnering with. And the second speaker is a professor and former dean of School of International Studies at Peking University, Mr. Jia Jingguo. And the next panelist is an expert in the Korean Peninsula, and he is a professor at Keio University, Professor Sueya Yoshide. And lastly, we're joined by Russian expert. I would say he knows a lot about the Korean Peninsula. Well, as far as I know that you can speak Korean quite well, and you studied about South Korea for about 30 to 40 years, and we are joined by Mr. Georgi Tolorea. So, in that order that I've introduced, we will be having 12 minutes of discussion.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction, and I'm delighted to appear here with three old friends who I've met in Moscow and Tokyo at Keio University and in Beijing. And we have 5 party talks on stage. Only one voice is missing, so perhaps next year we can have 6 party talks. My theme this afternoon is on trilateralism, and I will try not to put you to sleep during my 12 minutes, because I believe that trilateralism offers us a way forward. US, ROK, Japan, Hanmi-il coordination on policy toward both regional problems like North Korea and global challenges like the liberal democratic order that we heard this morning is under some testing. Indeed, I believe that in a time of testing of the liberal democratic order, coordination and cooperation among like-minded democratic states is more important than ever. Korea's interest is not in opposing the changes in the world that is happening all around us. Korea's interest is in ensuring that its own national interests can be preserved, that they can navigate a way forward with resilience and foresight in the face of these challenges. And I believe that trilateral coordination between the US, South Korea, and Japan can help all 3 nations manage the complex challenges, whether it's climate change, aggression on the global stage, or indeed the resilience of the global economy at a time of great stress. The basic logic of trilateralism has been affirmed by President Lee Jae-myung during his visit both to Tokyo and then also in Washington, D.C., where he and Prime Minister Ishiba of Japan agreed to enhance trilateral coordination with the United States, particularly in the areas of defense and economic security, but also in high tech and chips, artificial intelligence. And finally, they also touched on North Korea policy and coordination on the peninsula. President Lee's forward-looking agenda reflects both his pragmatism, but also the shared recognition that trilateral cooperation makes all three countries more effective on the global stage, and that all three countries share many common interests, whether it's on critical minerals or the resiliency of economic growth, non-proliferation, and global security. I'm 60 years old, and for all of my life, Korea has been divided. And North Korea currently has shown few, if any, signs of re-engaging diplomatically on the global stage. But the environment remains fluid, and as the Trump-Lee summit in Washington, D.C. on August 25th demonstrated, President Trump has a sincere interest in re-engaging with North Korea if possible. I commend the President for his desire to not just let the status quo be the reality that we are compelled to live with for another 60 years. I would hope that in the time of my daughter's life, there can be real progress on the Korean Peninsula. But if there is to be progress, it's going to require more than just the efforts of South Korea, more than just the efforts of the North Korean leadership. It's going to require regional and global cooperation, because the reasons for the division of the peninsula are not just found here on the peninsula. They're linked to historical antecedents about which the people of the Korean Peninsula are not truly masters. It's the Korean Peninsula, it's not the American Peninsula, or the Russian Peninsula, or the Japanese Peninsula. But there cannot be lasting peace on the Korean Peninsula without coordination by the global powers. So the logic of trilateralism, I think, is sound. But I want to address what might be the elephant in the room. Is trilateralism about Cold War bloc politics? Is the US ROK Japan alliance meant to be some kind of an alliance against Russia, China, North Korea? Some people might have it be this way. I think this would be a grave mistake. Trilateralism should not be about bloc politics. Trilateralism should be about what the US, ROK, and Japan can do together to make the world a more verdant, prosperous, secure place. It need not be an alignment against anyone. At its core, trilateralism should not be about bloc politics. It's about building our capacity in an era of uncertainty and change. It's important especially for the Republic of Korea, because Korea alone cannot solve the security dilemma that drives North Korea's nuclear ambitions. Even the most forward-looking, compassionate, kind-hearted, and gracious South Korean government could never convince North Korea to abandon its nuclear weapons without the United States also addressing the core security concerns of the DPRK, which are, at the end of the day, at the heart of the nuclear puzzle. My mentor, Mike Mansfield, used to have an expression that we have 2 ears and 1 mouth, and we should do everything in that ratio. We heard this morning from Dr. Sandel that listening is a key component of international relations and success in peacemaking, and Mansfield would surely agree with this. And it is Mansfield's philosophy of intentional listening that animates everything we do at the Mansfield Foundation. The Mansfield Foundation supports trilateral dialogue in Northeast Asia precisely because we believe that sustained working level relationships and trust building is essential if we are going to build enduring political institutions and transition from this period of uncertainty into a period of peaceful coexistence, and hopefully then building from peaceful coexistence to mutual respect and cooperation. Through programs like our legislative dialogue named for Thomas Foley, where we bring together Japanese, South Korean, and American lawmakers for intensive, off-the-record dialogue. This will be happening soon in October in Tokyo. Through programs bringing together nuclear experts from South Korea, Japan, and the United States to study the issues of nuclear waste management and cleaning up the mess in North Korea's nuclear establishment at Yongbyon. Through programs enhancing the role of women in business and women in politics, bringing together experts from South Korea, Japan, and the US. Through all of these kinds of initiatives, the Mansfield Foundation strives to support the people-to-people ties at the heart of trilateralism. There are a lot of crises in the world right now, too many for the US, ROK, and Japan to tackle independently, and even our combined efforts may be insufficient to bring peace in Ukraine, or peace to Gaza, or to mitigate the damages caused by global warming and climate change. But surely through our combined efforts, we will be stronger and more resilient than we are working independently. My old boss, Senator Joe Biden, once told me that the three most important words that anyone could say when they're asked a tough question is, "I don't know." Because you must be humble in the face of the challenges of the global challenges. We don't know everything. But this I know. I know that the US, ROK, Japan triangle has more capacity to affect change in the world than any other triangle. And I think it should be the responsibility of the leaders of all three countries to strive to make that triangle an equilateral triangle. What do I mean by this? Well, I think it's very clear if you've studied your high school geometry. There are three legs to any triangle, and the US ROK leg is very strong, and the US Japan leg is very strong, but the Japan ROK leg traditionally has been the weakest leg in this triangle. This is why I commend President Lee, like his predecessor, President Yoon, for their initiative to try to strengthen ROK-Japan relations in a time of real challenges on the Korean Peninsula. It requires political courage in both capitals. The three leaders who convened at Camp David, President Biden, Prime Minister Ishiba, and President Yoon, are all gone from the global stage, or will be soon, in terms of their leadership. But the triangle that they forged will endure. And I believe that it will serve the interests of all three countries. And it can serve a platform for engagement with the DPRK that is coordinated, that reduces the risk of misalignment among great powers, and ensures that the interests of these key stakeholders are all respected in the process of any peace process on the Korean Peninsula. President Trump is known for his passion to engage on the Korean Peninsula. My hope is that he will do so in a coordinated and sustained way in close partnership with friends here in Seoul and the government of South Korea, but also in Tokyo. And indeed, the door must be open to friends in China and Russia, because any resilient, sustainable solution to the challenges we face from North Korea's nuclear arsenal and their pursuit of nuclear weapons cannot really be accomplished without the global powers that have a stake in the Korean Peninsula being in alignment in pursuit of peace and denuclearization on that peninsula. So consider this my plea for trilateralism, and I look forward to hearing remarks from my colleagues as they approach both the challenges of peaceful coexistence here on the peninsula, as well as peace and security between the United States and China and Russia and of course our friends in Japan. Thank you so much.
네, 잔우지 선생님
Thank you very
감사합니다.
much.
예, 이처럼 동북아
So,
한반도 평화를 위해서
For the Korean
한국과
Peninsula
미국,
and
일본
Northeast
세 나라
Asia,
간의
we were able to see how the trilateral cooperation plays a great role. And thank you very much for emphasizing these points. However, in Northeast Asia, there are not only Korea, Japan, but there is North Korea and Russia and other countries as well. So I would like to now take a listen to their view. I think Mr. Cha Ching-kwol will be able to share their perception. So please stick with the 12 minutes discussion.
Well, thank you, Chairman. It's great to be here, share the view of my friend Frank Janussi that it's really a happy moment to see old friends on the same panel. The following comments are my thoughts about the path to peace in the Korean Peninsula. They are not that new, but then to realize that into reality can be very difficult. I think the pursuit of peace on the Korean Peninsula is a complex endeavor that demands a multi-pronged approach. It hinges on the combination of diplomatic engagement, security guarantees, economic incentives, and also verifiable denuclearization. A multi-step process encompassing confidence building, engagement, negotiation, settlement is essential. And joint efforts by key stakeholders such as two Koreas, China, the US, Russia, and Japan are indispensable. Confidence building serves as the cornerstone for any meaningful process of peace. It is about reducing hostility and establishing a basis level of trust for peaceful coexistence. One of the key aspects is refraining from actions that the other side perceives as provocative and hostile. Military exercises, often seen as a show of force, can heighten tensions. Maybe we can suspend them. Hostile rhetoric and propaganda, whether through official statements or media, also fuel animosity. Even seemingly minor acts like sending propaganda or shit balloons across the borders can lead to escalations. So somehow, we need to manage these issues and make sure that they don't provoke each other and push each other into a cycle of tensions. By seizing such actions, the two Koreas can create a more stable and less threatening environment. Then, sending positive signals for reconciliation is equally important. Expressing a willingness to re-engage without conditions on an equal and mutually respectful basis can be a powerful gesture in this regard. Issuing statements that encourage positive behavior from the other side can set a constructive tone. So you want to say nice things about what the other side says and does to express, to send a message of goodwill. Reducing the number of troops near the border can also be a visible sign of commitment to peace. whether you withdraw, how many troops you are withdrawing matters, but then the fact that you withdraw troops from the border itself can send a positive message. Okay. Additionally, establishing communication channels, especially between military officials at the front, can be vital, okay, to make sure that no accidents occurred, escalate into confrontation or conflicts. These channels can prevent miscalculation and could potentially lead to military confrontations. In times of crisis, direct and open communication can help de-escalate situation and avoid misunderstandings. Once a certain level of confidence is built, engagement becomes the next step. All parties concerned should be prepared to resume talks whenever opportunity arises. Engagement without preconditions helps lower the threshold of negotiation or consultation and allows for more open and flexible dialogue. Other stakeholders, particularly China and the US, play a significant role in this phase. They should communicate with the two Koreas about possible revenues for engagement. Moreover, China, the US, Japan, and Russia should engage with each other to explore ways to achieve peace on the Korean Peninsula. This multilateral approach can help bring different perspectives and also bring in resources, increasing the chance of success of the engagement. When engagement is well established, negotiation becomes the focus. Bilateral negotiation between the two Koreas can be a continuous process, okay, never regarded as a one-shot thing. First, the concerned parties need to agree on the time, venue, and also issues for talks. This provides a structured framework for negotiation process. Temporary freezing of the status quo can prevent any hasty and unilateral actions which could derail the negotiations. A package deal is necessary for a comprehensive solution. It should include denuclearization, which is a long-standing international goal, as well as the goal of the concerned parties. Okay. Maybe in the long run, it's also in the best interest of North Korea because it can get out of international isolation and also embark on, in theory, a more prosperous path of development. Okay. Security guarantees are necessary to assure North Korea of its safety. The reason that North Korea developed nuclear weapons, I think one of the reasons at least, is the growing asymmetry in terms of conventional capabilities between the two Koreas. Okay. So you must make sure North Korea feels secure without nuclear weapons. Economic assistance can help North Korea develop its economy and improve the living standard of its own people. Verification guarantees can ensure that all parties adhere to the agreed upon terms. And of course, bring the US on the board and other countries. Finally, a peace treaty can formally end the state of war that has existed on the Korean Peninsula since the 1950s. So a step-by-step or action-for-action approach is also advisable, allowing the parties to achieve different goals at different stages, making the process more manageable and less overwhelming. Multi-party negotiation is essential for a comprehensive and lasting solution on the Korean Peninsula. Involving all the key stakeholders is crucial as it ensures the diverse perspectives and interests are taken into account. So that makes the eventual package of solution more sustainable. The terms of the agreement in these negotiations cover multiple aspects. Security guarantees are a top priority. The key stakeholders must provide assurance for both Koreas, alleviating their fear of external aggression. Verification mechanisms are equally vital to ensure the major parties get involved, have a stake. And robust systems need to be established to ensure North Korea's compliance with denuclearization promises, agreements. This builds trust among all parties and ensures that the disarmament process is credible. Economic assistance also plays a significant role. By helping North Korea's economic development, it reduces the incentive for the country to pursue weapon programs. A prosperous North Korea is more likely to focus on peaceful development and integration into the international community. Additionally, a peace treaty is necessary to formally end the war status of the Korean Peninsula, bring a sense of closure and stability. We have talked about this before, okay? And we failed in our last efforts. Okay? But our failure is not an excuse for us not to try it. Okay? There are many reasons for the previous failures. Okay? Some, you can attribute to the North Korean side. Some, it's our own problems, okay? Especially domestic developments. While the path for peace outlined above may seem idealistic, it is currently the only pragmatic approach, it seems to me, especially in the long run. There are indeed numerous obstacles. The existing hostility between Seoul and Pyongyang, along with the escalating tension between China and the US, complicates the situation. However, an undeniable reality is that war is unacceptable for all stakeholders in the peninsula. It is in their best interest to find a peaceful way out of the current impasse. To achieve this, all parties' concerns, interests, especially those of the North Korea, the most vulnerable party, must be taken into account seriously. Only through an inclusive, sincere, multi-party negotiation can a sustainable peace be achieved on the Korean Peninsula. This is my talk. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 자칭고 선생님.
Thank you very much.
네, 한반도에서 북한과 함께
So, bringing peace on the Korean Peninsula, he suggested very detailed measures and explained the reason for the proposals. Well, the current administration, the Lee Jae-myung administration, also expressed its willingness to bring peace on the Korean Peninsula in his previous remarks. And as Professor Cha Ching-kwol mentioned, peace is even more important than unification. And as we are seeing a ceased conversation between the two Koreas, it is crucial to resume dialogue. But if North Korea provokes South Korea, we will of course have to win. But winning without having a fight is the most important thing. And I would like to add on that by making peace. Although we are now separated, but we will be able to cooperate with each other and also improve interests for stakeholders. And I think that would be appropriate way for us to pursue. That's why Lee Jae-myung administration is now pursuing to have mutual conversation. And according to him, North Korea will one day come back to the table and resume talks. And by building trust, we will be able to restore military agreement that was put on hold, and also we will be able to have cooperation in various sectors, including economic sector, and that will allow us to bring peace on the Korean Peninsula. And the Germany was able to unify the country after 17 years of separation. Likewise, maybe we can follow the good example of Germany, and we will have to pursue our interest for the two Koreas, and in the end we will be able to also achieve unification on the Korean Peninsula. That was the Lee Jae-myung administration's expression. And let me pass my microphone to Soeya Yoshihide, professor from Japan. He will be talking about the Korean Peninsula and the peaceful coexistence.
Dr. Hong, thank you very much for chairing this session. And I'd like to thank the Ministry of Unification for inviting me, and as well as us. Good reunion for all of us. This sort of intellectual exercise has always been, very, very, very rewarding. And given the chairman's intervention, I'm sorry, when I saw the title of this session, I thought this was about coexistence among us in this part of the world. And that's how I wrote my presentation, and not necessarily coexistence between the North and South. I would like to beg your pardon for that before I start. And to do this, we've got to start with Trump 2.0, I think. For Americans, it may not be an easy subject, so I will take up that challenge. And to start with my view on Trump 2.0. And President Trump's worldview, if you will, represents a complete departure from the traditional frameworks of US foreign and domestic policies. And at its core is a distinctive set of assumptions about the, sorry, I'm getting farsighted, about the sources of American problems. Domestically, immigrants and the bureaucratic elite, often labeled as the deep state, are cast as the root of the nation's troubles. Internationally, Trump's worldview rests on the conviction that foreign countries and liberal international institutions are unfairly exploiting the United States. And from the premise follows the guiding principle of pursuing the so-called MAGA approach under the banner of America First. In addition, President Trump's policies are marked by a pronounced tilt toward Israel and the Jewish community, as well as by the strong influence of his ego, personal ego, on the policymaking process. So in foreign policy, Trump rejects traditional multilateralism and instead places a premium on bilateral deal diplomacy. This approach is also reflected in his distinctive brand of pacifism, which aims to tackle security challenges ranging from the war in Ukraine and North Korea's nuclear program through direct negotiations and transactional deal making. And at the same time, seeking to avoid this direct involvement in military conflicts and to lessen America's defense and security burdens. He had strongly urged allies to raise their defense spending and shoulder a great share of the cost of hosting American forces. And this Trump-style parallel world, so to speak, is not simply a reflection of personality or political style, but an attempt to fundamentally redefine the framework of US domestic and foreign policy. And as a result of the Trump administration's retreat from managing the world order, international politics has tended toward regionalization, if I may, with traditional great powers such as the United States, China, and Russia, each acting as distinct poles in each regional sphere. The United States is simultaneously attempting to manage three strategic fronts: the rise of China, the war in Ukraine, and the instability in the Middle East. Maybe North Korea could be added as the fourth front in some time to come. Yet these efforts do not constitute a coherent global strategy on the part of the United States. Rather, they are fragmented responses stemming from the core MAGA principle of Trump's parallel world. In response to the Trump administration, both China and Russia appear to be pursuing strategies designed to secure their own national interests. And in effect, contemporary international politics is marked by three great powers, of course the US, China, and Russia, each advancing its own worldview and strategy. And within this unstable great power dynamic, the future trajectory of the international order remains highly uncertain. And at the center of Asia's regional order, China has consistently pursued the expansion of its national power since the end of the Cold War in the 1990s, though its tactics have evolved over time. Under President Xi Jinping's leadership, Beijing has shifted away from the policy of keeping a low profile toward a more assertive diplomacy grounded in growing confidence in both its military and economic strength. The concept of a new type of great power relations, which Xi Jinping used to advocate, embodies China's aspiration for the United States and China to acknowledge each other as equals. And within this international environment, Japan and South Korea share the common geopolitical condition of being situated among the US, China, and Russia. This is my pet perspective, which I have been advocating over the last 30 years, which is rather than Korean Peninsula surrounded by the four great powers, so to speak, Korea and Japan are surrounded by the three nuclear strategically independent powers. And so this is my perspective with which I discuss Japan-South cooperation, which has been my argument for the last 30 years, as I said. And for that matter, Frank generously introduced his age as being 60, which is the same as 60th anniversary of South Korea-Japan normalization. And I was born 10 years before. I'm now 70, only 2 years after the end of the Korean War. And So I've seen a huge development and change in Japan-South Korea relations over those years. And to me, there is no question that we are on the right track of moving forward. I'll come to this point at the very end. And amid this intensifying US-China strategic rivalry, both countries, I mean Japan and South Korea, must reaffirm their shared strategic foundations and pursue common interest to foster regional stability and prosperity. On the North Korean issue, close coordination between Japan and South Korea is indispensable, particularly in addressing nuclear and missile development. Trilateral security cooperation among Japan, South Korea, and the US, which Frank Januzzi alluded to extensively, constitutes a key pillar of this effect, of this effort. If I may add one thing to this trilateral development, I think improved relations between Japan and South Korea was the trigger of this process of strengthened US, Japan, South Korea trilateralism, which in turn further advanced cooperation between Japan and South Korea. There is clearly a positive feedback loop here. And President Lee Jae-myung's fundamental position to continue on this track is a very encouraging thing, because this in effect means he is going to continue this process of positive feedback. And the positive feedback loop will finish if Japan-South Korea relations get disrupted. I think that is a very important aspect of this trilateralism to me. And at the same time, trilateral dialogue among Japan, South Korea, China, which the chairman alluded to before, Judging Go's remarks, but you didn't mention this, so I will mention that on your behalf. The trilateral dialogue among Japan, South Korea, and China can serve as a reliable framework for regional cooperation, including confidence building. And if the two unilateral frameworks, which are US, Japan, South Korea, and Japan, South Korea, China, these two unilateral frameworks are developed not as competing, but as complementary arrangement. They could make a significant contribution to easing US-China tensions and preventing regional fragmentation. The key to achieving this also lies with Japan and South Korea, the cooperation between Japan and South Korea in dealing with two different trilateral frameworks. And so there is a huge opportunity in the relationship, in many ways. And one encouraging sign that I see recently is the result of opinion polls. There are several opinion polls which are really encouraging. One of them is, if asked, which would you prefer, or which would you expect coming from the next Lee Jae-myung government? This question was posed before the presidential elections. And the two questions were, first, future-oriented cooperation between the two. Second, so-called resolution of history problems. And the answers to the first question, was bigger than the second. And one of our Korea experts called it a golden cross. Golden cross happened for the first time in the opinion poll results among South Koreans. It's a golden cross because if you feel like cooperating, your attitude toward this history problem may gradually change for better direction. If not, it's the other way around. If you continue to believe solving history problem is more important than future-oriented cooperations. Perhaps not much progress to be expected. So it's a golden cross, which happened among Korean population. And the other opinion poll result in the recent case was those who have positive feelings toward Japan, for the first time in a series of opinion polls, exceeded those who have negative views toward Japan. Positive feelings marked about 50%, or a little over 50%. And I think these are the sort of the things which are happening in the long-term process of our relationship moving in a better direction. So I have a firm confidence in the future of relationship, even though we may repeat ups and downs for sure. And the President Lee Jae-myung's encouraging kind of attitude toward our relationship as well as trilateralism, I think is one indication that this is maybe happening in the political world as well. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
지금 말씀만 들어봐도
So listening to your remarks,
일본과 미국을 방문해서
President Lee Jae-myung went to the US and Japan, and it looks like, we're seeing those visible outcomes after those summits because many people worried about the relationship between Korea and Japan after the inauguration of the Lee Jae-myung government. But then the Yomiuri News and there was an interview between Yomiuri and Lee Jae-myung, President Lee Jae-myung, and according to that interview, of course, historical issues are difficult issues that we can embrace, but the consistency of our policies and trust building is important. So that is what President Lee Jae-myung said in that article. And so, but then some Japanese, the conservative Japanese, they wanted President Lee Jae-myung to say, we will fight. But instead, President Lee Jae-myung said that we will reconcile the relationship and there will be trust building between the two countries. So they were a little bit disappointed. And also, President Januzzi has also mentioned about Korea, US, Japan cooperation, that this is important for peaceful coexistence. And also, Professor Yoshide also mentioned that not only cooperation between Korea, US, and Japan, but also cooperation between Korea and Japan is crucial for that trilateral cooperation. So if it's a cooperative relationship, not a competitive one, then that will be a key pillar in the peace settlement of the region. And especially Korea and Japan are stuck in between. And that is why these two countries' relationship is very much important in this regional peacemaking. And so next we have our representative from Russia.
우크라이나 전쟁이 있은 다음에 우리가 서방과 함께 러시아에 제재를 가했고 그래서 불가피하게 비우호관계로 지금 전락한 한러 관계에서 러시아는 과연 무엇을 생각하고 있는지
We joined to impose sanctions to Russia as well, and
게오르기 똘레라야 선생님 발표를
we would like to ask for his opinion.
감사합니다. First of all,
Thank you.
I'm really thankful to the Ministerial Unification and other organizers for inviting me to have the opportunity to speak. Maybe for the first time after the changes of governments in US and Republic of Korea, of the absolutely new situation which we now see in Korean Peninsula. The situation is so different that even the ministry which hosts our seminar is thinking about changing its name from unification to something like Minister of North Korean Affairs or Minister of Peace or whatever, but it reflects the tendency. So the first part of my presentation would be devoted to my assessment of the new situation. And it has become completely different after Kim Jong-un said in late 2023 that we are not striving for unification. We are two separate states. North and South Korea, the Hanmin-guk and Choson-Minjiji-Min-Kong-Hwa-guk, which are currently hostile to each other. I personally think this is the right vision of reality. And it changes and should change the attitude of all the parties concerned. My old friend, renowned Soviet and Russian studies scholar Andrew Kuchins in US, yesterday published an article saying that the Cold War had never ended, in fact. That after the Soviet Union collapsed, we found out that the Cold War, that the confrontation between two geopolitical entities, East and West, continued. It was not the war between capitalism and communists, as we mistakenly thought. It was the war, the Cold War, that means without open conflict between East and West, and it continued. At the time, US thought it had won the war, and it can dictate its will not only to Russia, but also to the whole world. That was a mistake, and it backfired. And now we have the conflict in Ukraine with Russian participation, which is just a reflection of this long-term confrontation. We now, in fact, face another chance in Korean Peninsula, because what Kim Jong-un have essentially said, there's no need and no prospect for unification. That means I'm not going to subjugate or conquer South Korea. I'm not going at war with you guys. I just don't care about South Korea, and what I want from you is not to care about me, not to interfere into North Korean affairs, not to try to subjugate us or to install the liberal democracy in my country. I want to be left alone. That's a completely new situation. This is a chance, but don't think that this is the possibility to undermine North Korea, to try to weaken its regime in order to finally fall North Korean apple into your hands. That won't happen. And I like the name of today's session, that's Peaceful Coexistence. Dr. Sandel in the morning have explained that there are several types of coexistence, from just tolerating each other to cooperation and community. North and South Korea are far from that so far. North and South Korea are in the state of confrontation. This is what I call a confrontational stability, because now North Korea feels itself relatively secure more than ever, having both nuclear weapons and having the support of both China and Russia. So they don't feel the great threat to themselves. I've been to North Korea about a month ago in Pyongyang, celebrating the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the country. And North Koreans are quite satisfied with how the things turned out for them. Because the expectations of US and South Korea, which were in place 35 years ago, completely failed. North Korea didn't collapse. All the efforts of US and South Korea, then supported by other countries, including Russia and China, not to let North Korea go nuclear, they failed. So they have reached all their goals. Others did not. Isn't it the lesson for the future? I think it is. I think that it's necessary for the current government to take into account the history lessons both from inter-Korean relations and the global history, the post-Cold War history, which I mentioned, and to be patient enough to start to get at least to the first stage of coexistence, at least tolerating each other, being patient to each other. I think that the first goal is moving from Cold War, which exists now between two Koreas, to cold peace, tolerating each other, and not meddling into each other's affairs, and not trying to damage the interest of each other. Next, maybe cooperation. And I'm sure that Russia and other countries would welcome that and would help it. And as President Putin said a couple of days ago, we don't want to call the countries which were at odds with unfriendly or hostile countries. We think the governments are not friendly. In South Korean case, if I could say that the previous government was not friendly, I cannot say this about this current government. I think it's worth cooperating because Russia is very much interested in peace and stability in Korean Peninsula. And although Russia is a military ally to North Korea, which is seen as an enemy in South Korea, that couldn't prevent us from cooperation. Well, after all, South Korea is a military ally of US, which is, in fact, is supporting the conflict in Ukraine. And de facto, we are fighting US equipment and even US servicemen in Ukraine. But that doesn't prevent us from cooperating with South Korea. And as some speakers have said here, peace and cooperation in Korea cannot be achieved without the endorsement by the powers traditionally involved in the Korean conflicts. That's the four powers, the four countries represented here. I've written about this many times, and now it's time to remind again that I think that it is would be very useful, and the goal should be having some kind of legally binding agreements between all the six parties on the peace and security issues in Korean Peninsula. I'm not talking about denuclearization. It's just useless to talk about it now. But some kind of a security system should be guaranteed by the bilateral obligations of all the six parties vis-à-vis each other, or maybe by a joint Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Pact signed by the six parties. If we want to dream about it, we may even think about a six-party summit for signing this kind of pact. Maybe preceded, of course, by North Korean US summit, which could be a key for such a development. That would take a long time. But at the same time, I think we are now in perfect position if we would try to make Korean Peninsula and Northeast Asia an area where the otherwise hostile and opposing power centers of the world can try to find a model for their cooperation, can find a way to correlate their national interests and to find some common denominator for them. That could be a good example not only for Asia but the whole world, because the contradictions between the geopolitical centers, between the power centers of the world will persist. It's been like that for last several thousand years, and I don't see that anything will change in the near future as long as humanity is what it is. But we should find the way to cooperate and coexist. And Northeast Asia, where we live in peace, this area is peaceful. If we look at the casualties and victims of conflict in Korean Peninsula for the last 50 years, there are unfortunately dozens of them, but not thousands, not tens of thousands, like in other areas of the world. So this is a confrontationally stable, peaceful area, and it should be developed as such. And it should be developed with the participation of at least the 6 parties which are present here. And I think that if we are patient and insistent, North Korea will join us as well. Thank you.
네, 똘로라야 선생님 감사합니다. 여러분들도 똘로라야 교수께서 이렇게 써주신 그
And also, if you read again the article of Professor Toloraya, you will understand better of Russia's position. And I've also studied a lot about Russia. And so when I listen to these kinds of opinions, Russia, because we are, giving the sanctions right now, they of course had no other way but to sanction. That's what they say. So Russia's position is that we are waging a war against Ukraine, but why are you giving us sanctions? And then so President Putin's position is that we are willing to restore relationship with Korea. So it really depends on Korea. And so Korea is the most friendly country out of those all non-friendly countries. And so Russia wants economic exchange with Korea. And that is actually what is happening. And also our Assembly member Woo Won-sik met Putin in China and said that in Russia there are about 130 Korean companies doing business hard. And so because of the war in Russia and Ukraine, Hyundai Motor Group and LG, these companies were doing so well in Russia, but then because of this war, they are actually not doing well anymore. And so it will be best if the war ends soon. But even if not, then still, if the interests of our Korean companies can be protected, I hope that this can also happen. And we need to also do a strategic exchange with Russia for us to see peace on the Korean Peninsula. And so now I would like to ask you all a common question, which is, so Professor Toloraya, you said that if Korea recognizes North Korea and then if the relationship between the two Koreas is improved, then other countries should take part, let's say, like sign an agreement, let's say Professor Soeda and also Chinkwa has also mentioned about trilateral cooperation between Korea, US, and Japan, or Korea, China, and Japan, but normally Russia and China is left out. But when we talk about multilateral cooperation, then normally it's about Korea, US, Japan, and then Russia and China and North Korea. So it's more like a 6-party thing. We've been talking about this more than 2 decades. This has been promoted for more than 2 decades. And so, multilateral cooperation is not just about military level cooperation. There is, like, let's say, infectious disease related cooperation. If there's any infectious disease, we can prevent it. Climate issues, it's not something that a single country can tackle. Every country has to cooperate. Nuclear power, there are so many issues where we need to help each other out. There are so many issues and problems. And in Europe, there is a lot of multilateral security-related cooperation, but we are not doing that. In Europe, it has been happening for more than 30 years. So it's not just about trilateral cooperation, but it's about Korea, US, Japan, plus China and Russia, or then adding North Korea. Then that will be the best scenario, as Professor Toloraya has also mentioned. And so we need to move beyond trilateral cooperation. We need to add China and Russia into that picture. We need to have 5-lateral cooperation. And so I was wondering to both of you why you only focused on trilateral cooperation, where we can also expand this level of cooperation. And then, I mean, our one and only alliance is the US, and our strongest pillar is US. And Korea and US relationship will always be the pillar of our foreign policy. But then what President Trump is saying, he's only talking about the national interest of the US. Only America first. MAGA, America only. And so only we have to do well. And then you know what happened with our workers who were detained in the US, in Georgia. And so the US is so much focusing only on that. And then they are requesting their other countries saying you need to pay more for the defense budget and so on. So Trump is just requesting so much to its neighboring countries. But then China, for instance, Xi Jinping, what did he say yesterday or a couple of days ago? He said that it's called the assertive diplomacy. So sometimes he is being criticized for assertive diplomacy, but what he is saying is that for the past 5 years, China has been announcing its 4 initiatives, which is first is the Global Development Initiative, Security Initiative, and another culture-related initiative, and then Governance-related Initiative, and Global Operations Initiative. And so there's the Global Development, Global Security Initiative, Global Civilization Initiative, and then lastly, in Tianjin, there was the SCO committee where he said that Global Governance Initiative is also important. So China is saying that the world is one. It is a single community, and that we all need to protect security. We need to cooperate. We need to respect each other's sovereignty. We should not intervene each other's sovereignty. We need to all live together a better life. I think the US should be saying that, but now Xi Jinping has been emphasizing this for the past 5 years. And so here we have our representatives from China, from the US, and so on. And so I was wondering, in order for the world to be living in prosperity together, I mean, the leading countries have to do well. And now we have here representatives from the US as well as China. And so my questions, I have 2 questions. These were the questions, so you just have to answer to them. So who wants to begin? Professor Januzzi, maybe?
Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. I cannot speak for the United States. It's a big country with 350 million different opinions about the role that the United States should play in the world. But I want to thank Soya Sensei for saying what I could not, which is that the challenge to the liberal democratic order that we are witnessing is coming from at least 3 locations. I think from Moscow with its war in Ukraine, and its attempts to rebuild a kind of a Soviet sphere of influence in Eastern Europe. From China with a new model of state-directed capitalism, a kind of an illiberal democracy. And from Washington, D.C., where we have an America First philosophy that is at odds with the traditions of the past 70 years of United States diplomacy. And I think that one of the reasons why the Mansfield Foundation endorses trilateralism with US, ROK, Japan is precisely because Korea and Japan are 2 of the nations which have benefited the most from the post-war liberal democratic order. And they are arguably, along with European allies, in the best position to preserve, sustain, enhance, reinforce the norms of the liberal democratic order, which I believe have served global peace and security. And here I must also briefly say that within the United States, there is both the presidency, President Trump, and the Trump administration. And these are not identical. The very first meeting that Secretary Rubio had was a trilateral meeting with South Korea and Japan. And while it is pretty clear that President Trump prefers bilateralism, one-on-one negotiations, his administration has affirmed the value of multilateralism, especially on challenges like the Korean Peninsula. So I will try to answer your question briefly, which is to say that for the United States, let's be real. The North Korea challenge cannot be resolved without a US DPRK breakthrough. Right? That is an essential ingredient. The situation also cannot be resolved without a Pyongyang-Seoul breakthrough, at least on peaceful coexistence. To be candid, all of the other players then, in my view, must play a supporting constructive role in helping to ensure the peace. Their voices are essential, but the breakthrough must come from the US and Seoul, because it is from the United States and Seoul that North Korea perceives the greatest threat. From Seoul, the potential of absorption, and from the United States, the potential for annihilation. So without solving those problems, then none of the efforts of the six parties can be successful. And so I think that we must view the challenges of peace and stability on the peninsula through that lens. And I want to heartily endorse multiple triangles. Yes, US, ROK, Japan, because we share interests and values and democratic traditions. Yes, Korea, Japan, China, because it is within East Asia that these great powers must also find a path forward for peaceful coexistence. And yes, even US, China, Russia, because these three nuclear-armed states must be part of any lasting, sustainable solution on the Korean Peninsula. So I guess Pythagoras, the Greek geometrist, had some wisdom in his triangles. I hope that the United States, under President Trump, even with his preference for bilateralism, can find a way forward with minilateralism in order to help forge a way forward in Northeast Asia.
Thank you very much. Professor Dachingwa?
I think maybe late in the years ahead, when we reflect about this period of international relations, I think one of the contributions in the positive side sense President Trump has made is de-ideologicalization of international relations. I think we have got into too much into an ideological fight and value fight. When you cast international relations as an ideological struggle or value conflict, competition, then that leaves very little room for compromise because it's black and white. It's good and evil. Okay. So when we deal with the Korean Peninsula challenges, probably it's necessary for us to focus on the interests rather than on the values. Okay. Because when we talk about interests, we have shared interests. We have room for compromise. Okay. And what are the biggest challenges in the Korean Peninsula? I think there are two. One is nuclear proliferation. The second is military conflict. Okay. I think both are what all the parties want to avoid. Okay. Maybe the first one, North Korea, may be an exception. But in the long run, probably it's also in North Korea's interest to give up nuclear weapons if it can feel secure and engage in positive, peaceful development. But in order to tackle these two challenges, I think we need to find all kinds of ways, okay, including all kinds of formats, trilateral, bilateral, multilateral. So we need to explore all, these are all means of, for us to achieve our goal. Our goal is to we need to focus, is to avoid war and also to promote peaceful denuclearization of the peninsula rather than more nuclearization. Last year or 2 years ago, I think I attended a forum here. Ambassador Bolden, John Bolden, was invited as a keynote. He said, U.S. need to deploy nuclear weapons in South Korea, tactical nuclear weapons, and pull the trigger if necessary. I think that's the kind of thing we need to avoid to happen. So we need to be focused and not to be too ideological and try to be pragmatic in dealing with the real challenges we are facing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And other two professors, Professor Soya?
안 하셔도 됩니다.
You don't have to. You don't, it's not compulsory to answer the question. Well, actually, at 3 o'clock, I am scheduled to make a presentation in the different session. So actually, I'm a speaker for that session, so I think we will have to wrap up in about 7 to 8 minutes.
Sounds like you don't want me to talk, but maybe just a little bit. Comparison between trilateralism and the more expanded version of multilateral frameworks. I think the answer should be somewhat simple. The former is easier and has a direct impact upon reality. And when it comes to more broader sort of framework, discussion of broader frameworks, I think that is also important because of the power of ideas, perhaps, or even ideals. I mean, those things may be necessary at this time of chaos, right? To give a sense of direction. And but of course, the extent to which those ideas could actually be turned into, real kind of thing, that's another issue. And so I think it's important to make a clear distinction between those two. And okay, I'll finish it. I wanted to say one more thing, but if time is left, I'll come back.
Thank you. Well, I do not share Frank's assessment that the decay and, in fact, disintegration of the neoliberal world order is such a tragedy. It's a historical process. It played a role, but the problem was that this neoliberal order, it gave unearned benefits to only one part of humanity. Mostly the Western countries, with the small inclusion of some non-European countries which were deeply integrated and followed the orders, I would say. So now it's disintegrating. It's not because of some evil conspiracy by China, Russia, Iran, and other cranks, or how do they call it, grinks, including other countries, but it's the historical progress because of changing global economy. What comes out of it, I don't know. But surely this new world order will be more just and more transparent. The problem is that the Western countries are not giving up their position peacefully. There are conflicts, and this conflict in Ukraine is just a small sign of what might come. And we don't want it. Nobody wants war. Nobody wants global war. So the problem is how to find the possibility to find new terms of cooperation, new terms of life in this new world. And for this, I think this Korean Peninsula is maybe a laboratory to try to do this. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for
혹시
sharing
꼭
your opinion.
질문하셔야 되는
Is there anyone who really would like to give us a question?
저기
Okay, I see one student over there.
짧게 해주셔야 되는 건 알겠죠.
Please be brief.
recent years, we have seen a growing trend of deglobalization and national self-interest among many countries. If there is no state or institution to play a pair mediating role in the international community, there is the concern that global order may return to the logic of power. In such a context, what path do you think a middle power country like South Korea should pursue?
네, 우리 대한민국은 아까
Well,
말씀드렸듯이
South Korea,
평화를
like I told you, we pursue peace and reconciliation. And for the peace on the Korean Peninsula and the Northeast Asia, we would like to pursue peace, and we are at the center of that topic. So because we are now carrying out trilateral cooperation, so what's important is to think about our national interest and pursue trilateral cooperation at the same time. To put it simple, the trilateral cooperation with the US and Japan will be crucial for us, and this cooperation should not provoke North Korea, but we will have to protect our land at the same time. And the US-Korea alliance should be pursued continuously, but what's important is to come up with more cooperative measures for the Northeast Asia. And like many other speakers mentioned, it is not about ideology. We have to think about interest, national interest, and based on that interest, we have to pursue different measures. So, for example, we are having common challenges like ODA and climate change and other issues and energy issues. So I think we have to strengthen our cooperation, and unilateralism and multilateralism will play a key role. And so that should be our stance. And for the multilateral cooperation for the Northeast Asian region, I can give you some answer for that. Since Park Geun-hye administration, we've been putting our efforts to do some to come up with some measures for the Northeast Asia issue. For example, if there is any accident that happens in the power plant in a certain country, it is not only that country that suffers from that accident, but it can be proliferated to that region. So other countries also should engage in and help not to make that accident. And likewise, we have common challenges like, drug issues or climate issues or a lot of issues to be tackled at the same time. So for that, I think not only South Korea, but we can cooperate with other countries, including the US, and then we will be able to bring peace on the Korean Peninsula. So I would say, of course, the US-Korea relations will be important, and unilateralism will be also important for the Northeast Asia, but multilateral cooperation will be very important for us. And like Professor Tolore mentioned, we have to recognize each other. I mean, South Korea needs to recognize North Korea and accept North Korea. The fact that the two Koreas joined the United Nations together long ago, that means we are also all respecting one another. So what the current administration is pursuing, I don't know if it will happen in the reality, but the current administration seeks to restore our military treaty and to sign a basic coexistence treaty and to recognize each other as a different state. And if that can become our reality, and that could become the foundation for the multilateral cooperation. In the past, we used to do six-party talks, and in that six-party talks, we discussed various measures for the Northeast Asia and other cooperative measures, but now it has disappeared. We can't find that six-party talk. So now what we should pursue is for multilateralism. If we can work closely with the US, I think we will be able to get more effective measures. But I'm really, really sorry, but I have to wrap up here. So I would like to apologize for this inconvenience, but we will wrap up here. Thank you. Thank you very much. So that brings us to the end of the second plenary session. We would like to thank our moderator as well as our panelists once again. Thank you.
네, 저희는 잠시 휴식 시간을 가진 후에
We will now take break and we will resume with a session 1 after coffee break. And we have some light refreshment in the lobby, so please feel free to enjoy them.